The dogs are still going mad. They're still going mad. Oh my god. Why did I have 3 dogs? Who would do such a thing? Boys and girls, good morning, good morning. I apologise for the chorus of how-hows in the background. Yep, just like that. Hey, give it a rest. Give it a rest. I'm in no cam mode today. I'm tired. I'm genuinely tired. I just want to listen to some tunes and get some of the basics done in WoW today. I apologise, this is not going to be super high effort stream today. But with this level of crazy going on. Oh, she's still got full zooms. I got to show you this. She's still got flipping full zoom. She's going mad. Absolutely bonkers. Apple's not having any of it. And Alma's trying to hunt her. Alma, you done being crazy? You wanted a new puppy, no sleep for you. Or yeah, clearly it's totally my issue. It's totally my own fault, but...
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
She's hiding over there. This... This happens every day for like a good hour or so. She's been doing it for a while. But Alma's going crazy. Mr. Norton, thank you very much for the 36. I appreciate that. Good morning to you. Welcome, welcome. She'll hopefully calm down in a minute. Hey. Hey, I'm a llamas. Hey. Hey, boobas. Hey. Well, watch that. That's got telephone numbers on it as well. That's got telephone numbers as well. Yes, it does. Almas. Hey. Don't show your butthole to the camera. Nobody wants to see that. Do the cute bit. Ow! Do the cute bit. Small dog syndrome. She won't be small for too much longer, I don't think. She's growing pretty quickly. She's growing pretty quickly. No alpha news yet. No alpha news yet. Hey, don't nom the chair. No alpha news yet. I don't even have any inside secrets to share. There's we have an official release date for Remix though, which is fun. October the 8th. I mean, we kind of knew anyway, didn't we? But kind of knew anyway. Do the hops. Do the hops. Good hops. Good hops. We kind of knew the date officially anyway. Enough of that shenanigans. Ian did a blizzard soon. A soon TM, yeah, a little bit, yeah. Alma, come get in your bed, please. Bubers, you go get in your bed. Alma, get in your bed. Alma, in your bed. Alma, in your bed. Your bed. Stay. Where's your stick? Your stick. Yeah, real soon TM situation on the go there, isn't it? Like, that's kind of oh yes, in a few short weeks. Well, a few, by normal standards, means 3. And short would tend to mean less than 3. But it's now been 4. So it's his few short weeks was a lie. It was a big stinky lie. But it's all good. All good. They're not all good though. But yeah, a little bit of just keeping the wheels turning today for me, really, in retail. Gonna go kill some rares in the Undermine, I think, in a minute, but I just want to get patron orders and stuff done first thing. Keep the gold flowing, as they say. In a period of the game where there isn't too many options, do the thing that works. And boy, oh boy, do I need some coffee. Naomi, good morning. Good morning, everybody. I do appreciate you turning up nice and early today, even though I apologise for the no cam, slightly lower effort today. I was tempted, I'm not gonna lie, I was very tempted to sack the stream off completely today. With this crazy going on in the background. Hang on, please. Yeah, the audio filter that strips out the barks is me pressing the mute button. that was kind of deliberate. Poppy noise gate. Yeah, she should stop in a minute. Oh, now Nipsu's stolen her stick. Oh god, it's gonna be chaos again. It's gonna be chaos again. I do actually. Why don't we try something just out of curiosity? Her bark is far too high pitched though. This is the problem. Alma, shush, please. Go on, woof straight into the microphone. Go on, dare you. Really scare the boys and girls. No? Now I've picked you up, you're not going to do it? No, I didn't think so. Didn't think so. Little Doge. Little Doge causing all the chaos. Something. Yeah, the urgent thing is that the other dog has stolen her stick, and the other dog. Hey. I was going to see if NVIDIA Broadcast removes the noise on the background of it, but I am pretty sure, and I can already tell that Alma's woof woofs are too high pitched. I tried, I'm sorry. You play nicely, please. There's the theory of just not starting the stream until all this chaos is over. But the chaos is never over. The chaos does never finish. grew up with dogs at my father's place. He had 6 or 7 big dogs. I mean, it's a different kind of bark at that point, isn't it? Surely. By that point, it's oh. Nipsw's is just Nipsw's and Alma's bark is very high pitched because they're a bit smaller. Apologise for your eardrums, I really do. Let's get some stuff on the go though, shall we? She's finally in her bed, chewing on her stick. Nipsw's, let Alma play with her stick because she's quiet. Go in the garden and find you one later. Find you one later. Been having a bit of fun with Borderlands as well, though, mind. It's, the performance issues in Borderlands have not really frustrated me too heavily. Being able to get it to run in 4K at reasonably high settings at 60 FPS with a bit of DLSS on top of it has smoothed it out a little bit. It's fine. But I also, I was pointed towards a website that has a tracker for Legion Remix already. And it's safe to say, I have done nothing in Legion. Some people are like, oh yeah, well the collectors won't have as much stuff to collect. Not likely. I think I'm on about 2%. That's Alma's stick, leave it alone. I'm gonna eat stick and shush. Where's the website? Hang on. Wowachievement.com. And I suddenly realised I really didn't play Legion at all, did I? I have 230,000 out of 8.4 million worth of bronze already collected. Woo! I've got my work cut out for me in Remix if I want to tick some of those boxes. Have you been playing much Borderlands? I mean, only a few hours a day. I only picked it up on Monday, so I've not played it a huge amount. But I'm at what, I don't know, level 18, 19, 20, something like that. I'm not even halfway, I don't think, and that's before you even get to the end game. But this little website's kind of cool. You can have a looksy. If you want yourselves. Is the FPS okay? You're having intermittent issues. I am getting stutters and hitches and stuff occasionally, but it's still more than playable. But I'm lucky that I've got quite a powerful PC, so if I had any less of a rig right now, it would probably teeter on the edge of unplayable. But now I don't know how accurate this website is. It says I've only got 5 out of the 73 mounts, and it says I don't have any of the pets or the toys, which I would kind of question. But either way, it's good that it tracks the stuff, and it actually means you can kind of get going on it straight away if you want to. Really goes to show, Legion was the expansion I basically didn't ever play. Relative to the amount that I played all the other expansions. I must have done something to get a bunch of rays. I don't know what it was I did to get these. Fell spotted egg. I'm quite sure I've got more of these that it just doesn't hasn't tracked properly or something. But it's a good start to see what's what. And there's even a tag for exclusive items. So I'm guessing that doesn't work. Unless you need to refresh it once you've tagged it. No? I don't know. I don't know what it's doing. But it's hide completed. I don't know. Either way, it's a cool little website. I hope it gets developed a little bit more. But we'll bookmark that one for a later date anyway. No way somebody's ordering. What? What? Colour me confused. Colour me confused. That order's clearly not going to stay there for more than half a second, is it? Alma, shush, please.
The Shadow Guard continue their assault on Tazavesh. We need your help to repel the invaders and re-establish our defenses.
We got to pick up the recipe. Yeah. Clearly. Good reminder to go get it, I suppose, isn't it? Try again.
Do you wish to trade?
Show me what you got. That one. Probably need that one as well.
The trust will save us.
45.2% collected. Some of the uncollected stuff is just recolors that we can't get yet. Oh, fair play then. You're already smashing it. Absolutely smashing it. So an interesting video about using a second GPU.
Do not rush to conclusions.
To offload frame gen to the second GPU and improve FPS smoothness. I mean, I have a 3070 as well knocking about. Well, it's in my other PC, but I don't use that other PC half as much as I could or I should. The problem is with plugging in a second GPU, I'd need to upgrade my power supply. It's the closest thing we get these days to SLI though, isn't it? Which was fun back in the day. Like the fact that alchemy patron orders are at least relatively cheap. You can harvest up a whole bunch of value for only a couple of thousand gold. How we doing, Derp? Welcome in. Good morning, good morning. Oh, you got Nipser on the camera this morning. He's been stealing the puppy's chew toy, causing the puppy to go bonkers. Will you give it a rest? Okay, there's a bunch of, oh, wrong mount. Bunch of extra knowledge points for engineering and alchemy, hopefully. Getting there slowly. Be upset if somebody was stealing my toys as well. The crazy thing is that she doesn't want to chew the toy herself. She just doesn't want the other dog to have the chew toy. You know, it's like it's like the kid with a football. Doesn't want to play football, but he won't let anybody else play football with his football, sort of thing. Which, I mean, I guess is fair. in a kind of weird way. Oh, I didn't pick up any flipping useless. So we need cash money in the Thaumaturgy anymore. It's about sending a message. Horse's head in your bed. Is that just a bait price? Yeah. Bait price. Well, it's a bait price, but not on enough materials that anybody cares. What do we got here? Yeah, there's really not much cash monies in Thaumaturgy right now. This is probably because I suspect Blasphemite is crashed after yesterday. So if we did... I wouldn't say crashed, but is not as buoyant as it was. And there's no shortage of them. So yeah, we might now be... That might be the peak of the hill. We might have crossed over now. I have a suspicion we might have seen the tipping point right there. If the Thaumaturgy isn't profitable to press buttons on, if the only profit in Thaumaturgy was in those Blasphemites, and now the Blasphemites are dipping, that could be the tipping point now. So this using a second GPU in conjunction with your first, how significant of an advantage does that give you? For example, the fact that with a 5080, I can pretty much play anything anyway. But if I could offload a lot of the frame gen to a second GPU, say a 3070, would that give me more or equal to a 3070's worth of performance on top? I don't know. Be a curious experiment. I just wish I had a beefy 1200 watt power supply to play with. Oh. The fight of the stick has begun again. Incoming Alma barking in 3, 2, 1. Oh, she's just watching this time. She's only watching. No, there's the barking. There's the barking. Nipsu could not give a fuck. She's like, I've got your stick. I've got your stick. Teaching about sending that message. This... It's a very big goal you've set. Do you have any plans on getting there or a time frame? Alma, put your butthole away. Hey. Hey. Be friendlies. Be friendlies. Be branch manager together. Branch manager and assistant branch manager. Nips, are you going to share? Share the stick. If only a stick could be made into 2 sticks. Maybe nobody gets the stick. Maybe nobody. Maybe Manthius gets the stick. Oh, we nearly had crotch cam for a second there, didn't we? That would be dangerous. Yeah, how about nobody get the stick? Now what you gonna do? That's what we're gonna do. Alright, sure. Nipsel does not approve, no. Dear God. Nips was a bit cranky at the moment. She's technically... she's on her lady time at the moment, so she's a touch cranky. Fully matted up, sure, why not? Let's give it a go. Whoa, 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 let's do him a solid. No, 250 gold, fuck's sake. Which one is it? Cloth sash, that's a belt, right? This is why we keep some points knocking about. There we go. Be nice. The only cam I'm seeing is a picture of a camel. Yeah, so I'm going no cam mode today. I'm absolutely ruined. I'm tired. I look a mess. I'm not fit for camera today. Oh, I was only sort of spitballing ideas with the second GPU thing. I don't have the ability to test or play around. Even though I've got the second graphics card, I don't have a big chunky power supply. I'm sure as shit not going out and buying a 1200 watt power supply just to play. That said, I do feel that I could probably do with a slightly more beefier power supply now. I've got this 5080 anyway, but I equally can't be bothered to test. Does your CPU not have integrated GPU? I mean, it does. It's an AMD graphic. It's an AMD CPU, so it does have an iGPU. But I mean, is the CPU not already working hard enough? I would imagine. Although if it's GPU bottlenecked, it's probably not. What CPU do I have these days? 7900X, I think. Yeah, 7900X. But there is a iGPU in it. I don't know. Maybe there's some way to offload some of the juice to the CPU's internal graphics, frame gen wise or something. I don't know. The thing is I don't want to play too much with this sort of stuff and then cook something, because whilst I plan for the future, I don't have replace an entire blown up PC kind of money lying about if something goes boo-boo. Oh, okay, sure. I'll just sit here and make thread orders all morning. Good luck with the new goal. I'm sure it's within your reach and skills. It's more of a lofty stream title than it is a viable goal, really. If we increase our gold by like 1 every day, we are technically on the path, if you know what I mean. I've done the maths on 1 billion, and it's ludicrous. So, you need to be making 1 million gold profit, not even revenue, 1 million gold profit a day, and you need to do it for 3 years. And then you'll have 1 billion gold. But you need the infrastructure and the setup and the inventory to even make 1 million gold profit a day in the first place. Then you need to keep it up for 3 years straight. Yeah, 1 billion is actually ridiculous money. Anybody that's generated 1 billion gold in this game, like, has done something that I truly believe is pretty much impossible these days. Because you'd have had to have done it during a period where nobody else was even in your ballpark of competition, you know? Or you need to have stumbled across an opportunity to strangle an entire market on something that people want, and then also do that for years. These are things that most people don't get the opportunity to do. But basically, by the end of Last Titan, yeah, you would need to consistently be making 1 million gold a day up until the end of the Last Titan to hit 1 billion. I mean, I can see people doing it in terms of revenue. 1 billion gold of revenue is within reach. But the way you generate that amount of revenue, it does not come with sizable amount of profit either. These days, if you did 1 billion in revenue, you might be lucky if you can squeeze 20% profit off the top of that. That still only puts you at 200 mil. So you'd need to do that 5 times over. You need to do 5 billion in revenue at 20% margin to actually have enough liquid gold. Like I said, the numbers on this are just absolutely ridiculous. %20 margin's pretty good when it comes to region-wide stuff these days. Yeah, exactly. And that's like a, you know, 5 billion in revenue would be generous. You could probably do double that and still not even hit the liquid gold target. Not to mention, as you scale up, you'll be continually spending that profit on other stuff as well. You'd in order to maybe potentially possibly one day take a break. You know? It's kind of crazy. That's why when you look back at expansions like the Shadowlands, which Shadowlands was the first expansion that gave people the opportunity to do something like that, really. And there was a couple of opportunities, a couple of different ways that people did it in Shadowlands as well, which is outrageous. Flipping, I made 100 mil in Shadowlands. And I was doing it on a medium population server for the most part. if I'd been all in on a few servers from the word go, and if I'd gone into the Shadowlands with 20, 30 million to play around with, the numbers could have been even more ridiculous. But then again, of the 100 mil I made in Shadowlands, I made about 60 of that in 9.2.7. And I did about 60 million of that in about 3 days. So even though it was a nearly 2-year expansion, roughly 50% of my profit came in a 3-day window. Which was actually unreal. $20, $40, $60, $80, exactly 100 to go, and we got 13. Getting there. For time being in Shadowlands, I had a stranglehold on the herb market, made a hefty profit on my server on herbs, pots, and flasks. It was possible to do. Like I said, there was far more opportunity in Shadowlands for people to make a name for themselves on their server. And you could do things exactly like that. A stranglehold on herbs was probably not a bad idea because everybody else's focus was on everything that went into legendaries. So leather, cloth, or all went straight into legendaries, where herbs were kind of just left to be themselves. Bit of Dark Moon card action at the beginning of Shadowlands, but that faded quickly. Then it was just purely about alchemy. Remember a few content creators popped up in Shadowlands doing some pretty impressive things with alchemy as well. He's long since given up the content creation thing, but some of you will remember Dirty Irby, who was big on legendaries, but also very big on alchemy. Did some very impressive stuff, selling potions and flasks at like ungodly quantities. Okay. Somebody building a full set of 675 gear for a toon. Oh, I'm out of public orders for the day. Somebody else will have to have a go. On a medium pop realm, there was a lot. Nobody wanted to farm the herbs, and I was sat on 200k of each of them. Made like 400 gold profit each on flasks. Woo! Spicy. Much disappointment when the profits stopped rolling in after those 3 days. Well, no, not really, because those 3 days consisted of 12 hours a day cancel scanning. So I was absolutely cooked after that 3-day period. And actually, after that 3-day period, I knew the decline was imminent anyway. And so what I actually did was I crashed the market and cashed out. It was really funny. I was selling rank 7 legendaries. Rank 7 legendaries, I had a flash going out of business sale on any of my remaining stock just to liquidate it, and I was selling them at like hyper discounted rates for 50k a piece. Only a week later, nearly every single legendary was about 30 to 35,000 gold each. So my hyper sell everything, purge my stock at 50k was actually quite a good decision. Got into the market, smashed it for 3 days, and then pieced out, liquidated all of my remaining stock so I wasn't sat on anything going stale, and never crafted another legendary for the rest of the expansion. It was wonderful. 10 out of 10 would do again. Why is my auction house dead? Hello? God damn, those 3 days were exhausting. Yeah, and patch 9.2. 9.2 was bananas. Do you guys know what level we get the characters from retail back to retail? I'm guessing you mean like what their gear is. Their level is whatever you've leveled them in Remix. So if you get them to 80, you get them out at 80. But their gear is basically 550 gear or something. It's not particularly great, but it's enough for you to take a fresh 80 into Koresh and do a quick quest line and end up with 640 gear, I think. Although they did change it at one point because they accidentally gave you the same gear as a level 70 boost, but on a level 80 character. So your 450 gear was not very useful, but they updated it. And we put them in whatever server we want. Well, you make your remix characters on a server in the first place. Don't forget, Remix runs on the retail client, so you make your time runners on the server you want them to be on in the first place. Yeah, Remix runs on the retail server, on the retail client. So when the character creation screen just gives you the option to make a normal character or a time runner, and you still have already selected your realm and whatever. Crafted Legos to the very end of the expansion. I'm still doing it whenever I feel like logging in to sell them cross-realm. As long as the Legos were profitable, I was crafting them. Yeah, I had just spent the entire expansion doing exactly that, though. So by the time by the time 9.2 had finished, like the hype of rank 7s had already been going for a few days, I was just done. I was so done with that expansion by that point. Like I said, very, very, very profitable of an expansion. The most profitable of an expansion for me. But absolutely not something I'd really want to do again. I worryingly cannot find a puppy. Oh, there she is. She's under the sofa. She's good. Let's log you in to check the auction house. Let's go do some quick patron orders on you. I knew if I didn't, I'd regret it down the line. Well, yeah, my perspective was that I'd actually hit my goal for the expansion, which was 100 mil. I'd hit that goal, and I'd surpassed that goal. By the time I liquidated, I was on about 113 million, I think. And I was just happy, you know. I'd reached my target, I was done. And it gave me... In hindsight, it was a good decision, because it gave me a a little while at the end of Shadowlands to chill and start looking forward to Dragonflight. We tinkered around doing a few other silly little things. We started Project Pet, which is now developed into Manthe Arbitrage Limited. So, you know, it was in hindsight, it was a good... No way I'm going to the Altar of Decay for 100 gold. Get bent. It worked out alright in the end. But yeah, there are obviously times where it feels sensible to milk the cow for everything that it's got while it's juicy. Stupid bait auctions, man. Right, now it won't buy storm charge leather at all. Now it's crunked up my auction house. Stupid bait auctions. Oh, it did actually buy it eventually, apparently. Oh, it bought it twice. For fuck's sake. Right, get some jewel crafting orders done. Huh. One order. Living the high life today. Can't wait for the next expansion again with the slow ass auction house. Can't buy anything. Bait auctions everywhere and Blizzard shutting down auction houses for a couple of days. Well, I'm relatively convinced that they're working behind the scenes to help alleviate some of these issues going into midnight. I think this auction's not showing in a sold list for more than 2 minutes is not just a bug. I think that's them testing and playing with something. Your realm-specific auctions also landing in your mailbox in like 2 minutes as well is something I wouldn't mind seeing being implemented on the region-wide auction house as well. I think if they can take that 60-minute wait on getting your sold stuff away, I have limited understanding that that will at least help keep the lines of code in a database significantly smaller during busy periods. How much it will actually help, I don't know. I don't know what the actual architecture is, but that's for Blizzard server engineers to figure out. But I'm convinced when there's 10,000 transactions a second during flipping week 1 of an expansion, then it's of no surprise that things, you know, just gets cooked. I need to go kill some rares, I think. I think that's on the cards. I've not killed rares for a day or two, which we need to keep up with, because it's a steady supply of moolah.
Those chuckleheads trying to imitate my work. Show them what's what.
Dim lighting and absolutely no airflow. Perfect day for a race.
Do you know if there is a gameplay reason for the 1 hour delay on auctions, like to avoid some sort of abuse or something? I'm not entirely convinced of why it's there in the first place. I think it was just something that was added way back in the early days, and they've never just really had any reason to change it. The fun fact, it was added literally in vanilla. And when World of Warcraft was in its beta phase, before it had even launched vanilla, there wasn't going to be an auction house. The only reason an auction house was added to the game was because players had developed ways of basically simulating a faux auction house between themselves via chat channels and add-ons. And Blizzard were like, whoa, we want some of that. But so they added the auction house into vanilla, and I'm pretty convinced it was just Blizzard's way of saying, right, you can have this, but at that cost. Yeah, Blizzard only wanted face-to-face trading, but players were like, well, that's just not convenient when there's like 10,000 people on the server. I'm pretty convinced the 60-second wait on sold stuff was like the Blizzard kiss curse. Okay, you can have an auction house interface, but you're going to have to wait 60 minutes for your gold. And it's just stuck ever since. I'm pretty much convinced there's no other reason in the game for it existing to this day than they just have never really changed it. Because nobody's ever really complained about it. Hence why I don't think them changing it to a couple of minutes is problematic at all. And it's probably like I said, it's probably quite a strain having that database of sold auctions somewhere in the, sat on the servers when everything gets flipping huge. Especially with the region-wide auction house now, that it's all probably collated into one database, not 80 smaller databases. I don't know. Dream would be to have the gold directly deposited to your character, like in New World. The only thing I think, the only reason I think there is at least some delay is to prevent like auction house shenanigans. A little bit of auction house shenanigans. They don't want you to like. Otherwise, like win, like I don't know. Like, gold laundering could be made significantly easier if there was, like, zero delay. That you could very quickly, very rapidly buy and sell a whole bunch of different stuff to completely launder ill-gotten... I don't know. There's probably some, like... There's probably some shenanigans there. It's the same reason why banks have a transaction time in the real world. It's a security thing to a degree. Even though a bank, with everything being entirely digital nowadays, has zero reason for there to be a delay. Transferring money from one bank to another can still take like 48 hours or 3 business days. There's absolutely no reason for it to take that long. It's just they put that in place. It's a bit of a security thing. How much gold do I have in total? I don't really track an accurate number, nor do I really keep a huge amount of like liquid gold. A lot of my gold is spent on stuff. But currently it's somewhere in the region of about 35 to 40 million. I'm not entirely sure. But the like I said, the gold I have in liquid form is only a fraction of my account's like wealth, I guess. One day, if I just stop buying shit and just focus on selling everything, then we could liquidate, but probably never gonna do that.
Dim lighting and absolutely no airflow. Perfect.
New World had a fuck ton of dupes. I remember New World when it first launched. I had quite a lot of fun playing with the professions when it first launched. Boy oh boy did we chop some trees back then. Yes, we did. We did whack a few trees, that is for sure. Both me and Zan actually started making, like, goal-making videos for New World way back in the day, and some of them did really quite well. My dream world, you can accept mail on the login screen without logging into the actual character. It would also send the gold into the war bank, would just save me hours. Yeah, I have no idea how that would work though. It's a cool theory though. Cool idea. Why guild banks take a little while to transfer items so that they're not used to yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, that's why guild banks are slow. Guild banks are slow because guild bank is considered a public storage area. So when an item goes from your personal inventory into a public storage area, validation checks are done to ensure that, you know, one is taken out, one is added in, that the maths adds up. And the same thing in reverse. I genuinely wouldn't mind if the war bank was the same speed if they also gave me access to the war bank on all my accounts at the same time. The problem is that's an advantage to me, but a disadvantage to probably 90+% of the player base. So I don't really think they'll do it. It's only, you know, giving account BattleNet wide access to a war bank is literally a advantage to such a small handful of people, while it comes at the cost of others. So I think that's a bit of a problem. Right, there's no rares up here, so let's do a quick sniper scan. Oh shit, why did everybody not get invited? Because we need to refresh the community quickly. Quick sniper scan. Give the rares a chance to respawn. The only game that had me gathering like a madman. Yeah, those flipping purple pointy flowers. I picked up a lot of those in New World. Oh boy. I need to restock my realm. Oh, I've logged in on my first. Yeah, exactly. It's so frustrating right now, and I have to use the warband for this cross realm arbitrage business. And anytime I do actually need to transfer something around is a ball ache to do. Logging off both of the accounts that either need access or have access before logging the right one back on, and yeah, it's just a faff. It's just a faff. But the reality is that faff is what makes it profitable to do. Now, if I only relisted auctions on one account at a time, I would always have warband access on every character that was logged on. But it would be significantly slower than doing it on 4 accounts. So it's 6 of one, half a dozen of another. I have to do it occasionally when I want to distribute the stock around a little bit more, but Pristine Glow Bear Pelt. Didn't I sell one of these the other day? I'm pretty sure I sold one of these the other day. It's 200 gold. Oh shit, this realm's got like no cash monies. I must buy a lot on this realm then. Azal Narub. I must buy an awful lot from this place. Mechanical cockroach for 17,000 gold. It's not a bad price, but it is a touch too pricey. This is one of those scenarios where I actually need to get some gold on this server. Meaning we might have to do exactly what I was just stating. Being shuffle some gold around. Let me quickly check for deals on the others. Then we'll do a shuffle. Nothing really there I care about. These rituals of a new moon are weirdly good flips. I have no idea why. Maybe it's just because it's got the transform into a red wolf thing. Or maybe it's linked to some achievement or something. But these are crafted as well. So you've got to be kind of slightly careful with these. There could be 500 of these on... No. The hell? Regional sale average 237,000 with the market average of 85. One has sold on one realm where somebody's had one listed at an extremely inflated price and has pulled a wonder sale. Why do I use TSM sniper instead of TSM instead of point blank sniper? Honest answer, I think TSM's better. I mean, that is an opinion, not a fact. The fact that point blank sniper requires you to pre-build the list in the first place, whereas TSM scans the entire auction house. It just, they both require some setup, but in my opinion, the TSM setup is a one-time setup. But because so few people know how to use TSM properly, less people use it. Luckily, I fall in the category of people that do know how to use TSM reasonably well. And to clarify why I think TSM is better, it does heavily weight on that fact that it scans the entire auction house. Rather than just the list of items that you've pre-selected it scan for. But the flip side of that is point blank sniper is a little bit quicker, but they both function in a very similar way now. Isn't TSM sniper slow? No. It was once upon a time, it's not anymore. They basically do the same thing. The way they work is they scan, they can put in a single API call to Blizzard to return the entire auction house in one go, but only showing the minimum price of each item. So they both do that to begin with to get a real big, great big long list of items and minimum prices. Then they just filter off that list. So Point Blank Sniper obviously has a pre-created list of things that you've told that you want. So it will scan that. It will scan that list for those items to begin with, and filter out any of the items. Then it will double check what gold value you've put against that item and just either return it as a yes or a no, and then show you what it finds. TSM basically does the same, but it's got the advantage of that rather than it just being a simple filter like Point Blank Sniper, you can use all of TSM's data in terms of you can filter by sale rates and by varying, you know, by price sources and all of that sort of stuff, which it makes TSM a little bit slower, but it's marginal. Right, this is the realm I needed some gold on. There we go, 100k again. They're realistically very similar, but the only drawback for me, like I said, more than anything else, is that Point Blank Sniper requires you to tell it what you're searching for in the first place, rather than using an operation to filter the entire auction house. So often I find things via TSM that are items I basically didn't even know existed, and so I would have never put in a list to begin with, you know? I would say Point Blank Sniper is probably better for a short 10, 20, 30 items that you want to permanently scan for. Say, for example, anything that goes anywhere near the region-wide auction house, I would say that Point Blank Sniper is probably better for. But for the purpose of, like, flipping, I just want to do a general scan on the entire auction house. I find TSM snipers better these days. But all of this is, you know, subjective. We actually got some rares now. Well, we did for a second. Bit of a cam upgrade. Yeah, I'm having an ugly day today. I'm absolutely exhausted. I really shouldn't even be sat at the computer playing video games, to be honest. Today I should be taking a chill, but Manthy Llama's on the go, yeah. It's funny. The new puppy is called Alma, but she's kind of developed the nickname of Alma Llama. So it's quite funny. I am Manthy Llama at the moment. Was lurking in Student's stream last night. They were farming out the Golden Main. It seems that epic items are not affected by the loot change. They got 2 to 3 mounts in an hour with an efficient group. Yeah, epic items aren't, and this only adds fuel to the fact that this is not a bug, it's an intended change. Because epic items still have a monstrously low drop chance. And were not really the problem. An epic item usually has more intrinsic value in the fact that it's rare than what its vendor value is. Deleting the loot list of vendor trash items after a couple of minutes was to deny bots being able to perma farm 24 hours a day and just vendor everything to print 100,000 gold an hour. The rhetoric that this change is a bug is just bullshit, in my opinion. So do you scan the entire auction house and buy whatever's cheap, or do you have a list of items? If it's cheap, I buy it. If it's a deal, I'll buy it. I'm not that fussy. Why I wrote loot change, not a bug. No, I know. It's just a lot of people are like, oh, this is a bug, when are Blizzard gonna fix it? I'm like, this is the fix. Like, it was arguably bugged previously. Not bugged, but, you know, it was an unintended way for people to farm up huge amounts of materials and transmog items in a short period of time in an efficient fashion, which bots were then able to replicate 24 hours a day to literally print ungodly quantities of gold. And the fact that they could hide away in chromie time, not only keeping themselves out of the public eye, but also jacking up the item level of all the gear that they were getting, dramatically increasing the vendor value. It was being completely abused 24 hours a day by bots. And so Blizzard were like, well, we could just nerf that one spot and play the game of cat and mouse, or we could change the way that loot drops work and plaster that generically across the entire game and nuke all of the viable farming spots in one go. That's what they did. Now means if you want to go farm a piece of transmog, fucking good luck. Does mean lower level transmog should be even more valuable going forward. If you get a random piece of gear drop whilst you're leveling, it might actually be worth something, rather than it being a little above its vendor value. I did the sniper scan on the other servers as well, didn't I? Was there anything on this realm I actually wanted to buy? I can't remember. Glorious leg plates are spiking in price. Yeah, I mean, all of the old hyper-farmed transmog stuff probably will. I imagine Student's stock value has gone through the roof with this change, honestly. Because he probably has guilds with 10 of everything just lying about. Kind of the byproduct of farming for 3 or 4 hours a day every day for 10 years. Oh yeah, there was this cockroach thing. Do I want to spend... it's a little bit too expensive, isn't it? If somebody was flogging that for 10k, I'd probably have a go on it, but 17 is too expensive. 17 is too expensive. What's the change? I'm out the loop. Well, in simple terms, any mob that hyperspawns now no longer drops loot if you kill it too frequently. Is the very simple TLDR, meaning that those players that would utilize a hyperspawn location to kill quite literally thousands of mobs an hour and get thousands of mobs worth of loot an hour to either then sell or, in many cases, just straight vendor, now can no longer do that. Now, there are the knock-on effects to that it has also affected material prices and stuff as well, but it also genuinely means people that like play through the game regularly might actually, on their path of questing or leveling up to 80, might occasionally loot a mob after killing it and it have something that might be worth caring on it. This is the byproduct of that, which was sort of the intended purpose of loot in the first place, right? It's another thing in Blizzard's list of attempts to spread the gold out more evenly, rather than having a handful of individuals dominate and control the vast majority of transactions. They want everybody to be able to feel as if playing the game gets them a few bits and pieces that might be worth something, you know? Right, there's absolutely zero flipping rares up on any of these realms, so let's sack this team off completely. Go next one. Later, fellas. Okay, we got some rares here. Let's give that a go. Got the whole team up here by the looks of things, if we're lucky. Ah, some son of a bitch tagged Nitro. What about Thwack? Is Thwack still alive? Thwack's still alive at least. 3 out of the 4. We'll take 3 out of the 4. We might even be able to go get Slugger as well in a second. Oh, I flipping hit those palm trees every time. I'm not sure why my frame rate is so dog shit this morning. Maybe World of Warcraft has caught the Borderlands 4 bug. Why am I only get 40 FPS all of a sudden? But dog shit graphics quality going on as well. Can't sell transmog for the life of me. It's not an easy market to sell stuff in. And there's kind of a exponential difficulty with transmog the higher the value of the item as well. Anybody can knock out like 100, 200 gold pieces of transmog all day long. But the reality is nobody cares about selling 100, 200 gold pieces of transmog for very long. Where people get all squishy inside is when you've got like, you know, 10,000 plus gold items that you're trying to sell. They're also significantly more difficult to sell. Right, that's all the rares done. Let's do a quick scan on these realms. Should be getting a shitload of weathered crests by doing this as well, which we're able to convert up. Still nowhere near the seasonal cap even for weathered crests, actually. That's an indication that I've really not killed enough rares. All my weathered crests come from killing these rares, and if I've only got 448 of them so far, that means I've definitely not killed enough rares. Usually I convert all of these into carved, and then when we have enough carved, we convert, you know, we just convert everything up, and it's GG. Oh, it's crafted week, isn't it, for gear? I need to go do 2 more 11s. A couple of 11s to get the rest of my gilded, easy free gilded for the week. Do something that gives me the other half of the spark. Have I got half a spark? Oh, do I not? What? Wait, why? What? Huh? Why do I not even have half a spark? Did I not even get my half a spark last week? Okay, now I need to get a full spark somehow. Oh, Jesus. Alright, we'll do that later in the week. I'm not bothering with that today. Too much like hard work. Cash money to be made. Dark Moon Executor. I've had a few of these before. Not got any sales data on these, at least on this account. So maybe we'll pass on that, especially since it's much more expensive than what I paid for them last time. Nothing there that takes my fancy. We don't argue for 1 gold. Pretty sure I sold a pair of these. Pretty sure I sold a pair of these a few days ago. We'll have another set of those. Official launch date though for Remix is cool. October 7th. The in-game calendar was not lying. It now means I can tell the wife that on that week she's going to have to look after the dogs a little bit more because I'm going to be busy. I'm looking forward to Remix now, though. I am looking forward to it. Although I think it's a little bit disappointing that they have taken so little of player feedback on board. I mean, when you break it down to what Blizzard actually changed from what we saw in the first place, they've in essence done nothing. Like, they've not added any additional fun to the game. They've not really taken player feedback on board in any way, shape, or form. The things that... there were some things that they were clearly going to do after a few people had play tested anyway. They were clearly going to twiddle the numbers to make leveling speed feel acceptable and to make player power curve feeling acceptable. But that was just balance changes. But for me, balance changes weren't, you know, that it was front and center, but it wasn't the only feedback that they were being given. And that, I feel, is things that they were already... Half of the feedback was kind of invalid because we didn't know what the later phases looked like anyway. The fact that people have been telling them since day one that secondary stats feel really boring. The thread system feels really boring. It's really improbable to, you know, threads being replaced with mementos, but completely stripped bare. Secondary stats not having much of a fun feel to them. And heroic world tier feeling basically pointless. They haven't acted on any of that feedback at all, which is kind of disappointing. At least they gave us full flexibility to grind it out in regardless to the phasing. Like, credit where credit's due, softening the time gating of the event by letting people grind up their gear to max gear from day one is enough of a change for me to get me excited about it. Because it means, as somebody that is able to and willing to play the game an awful lot when it launches, it means I won't feel handicapped by doing so. And it also feels, as, you know, as a bit of a content creator and a streamer, I can also then be, if I'm ahead of the curve in terms of gearing, we can put those community raids together each day, get people there, their raid kills, get people there, Mythic Plus, dungeon clears on alts and this sort of stuff a little bit more easily. I think it would be nice in Remix as well if they gave some sort of player progression to alts, which they don't seem to have done. And that was another bit of feedback I'd given them personally that was like, why would I ever play an alt in Remix when I in essence have to do absolutely everything again? There's only one way to circumvent the grind on alts, and that's to get carried in Mythic Plus. Because, of course, once players can start to solo Mythic Plus, they will then be able to bring 4 players with them to give those alts, those boost characters, a leg up in gear, because Mythic Plus gear in Remix is deterministic, it's not random. The key level determines the item level of the gear that drops at the end of the dungeon. So alts with a powerful friend will be able to get pulled through a few Mythic Plus higher keys to get some, you know, early gear. You can bet your ass people will start selling Mythic Plus carries. Yeah, this is also my concern. Yeah, that will definitely be a thing. Is this a tongue-in-cheek goal, or are we actually going big time? No, it's. I mean, I've got my whole tongue, my arm, my leg, all of my limbs in my cheek at this point, really. But a billion gold. You know, if we increase our gold by 1 every day, we're technically on the journey, aren't we? Right. There's no flipping rares spawning. What is up with the rares this morning? I'm not having any luck. You know you want to. I'm too lazy to have a billion gold. I'm too lazy to have 100 million gold these days, but... Plan to level 4 alts through it, but in the current state, it seems completely pointless. Might as well just buy those level 80 class mounts with the bronze. Oh, I mean, yeah, you'll be like, if you're only after, like, a handful of things, the bronze expectations is not that dramatic. I mean, if you want to collect everything, you need, like, 8 million plus bronze or something, but, I certainly wouldn't bother leveling characters for the purpose of getting class mounts. They're cheaper. They're only 10,000 bronze a piece or something. I've adjusted my expectations for Remix, though. I'll have fun for sure, but we'll see. I don't think I'll get enough bronze for everything that I want. At the higher levels, you would be surprised. Now, frustratingly so, at least the way that it looks from testing, running high Mythic Plus keys is the absolute optimal way of farming out bronze, as you can get 10, 20, 30,000 per run. Now, if you end up with 4 absolute Giga Chad pumpers in a Mythic Plus group, you'll be smashing through plus 40 keys. And if you smash through plus 40 keys, you'll get yourself probably 30,000 bronze a run. Meaning that grinding that bronze out all of a sudden doesn't feel too lofty of a goal. But yeah, you are right. Setting some sort of expectations on what you're actually looking to get out of it is probably smart. Going in there with the mindset of I must have everything, you're going to set yourself up for a bad time unless you're willing to play 8 hours a day. But I'm always of the belief that if you're a collector that must have everything, you've kind of made your own bed there. Like that's a self-made problem, in my opinion. You want to have the lofty goal of collecting everything, then, you know, you have to also accept that you are going to have to put in significantly greater levels of time and effort to get everything. You know, you set that target for yourself. Everything shouldn't be dumbed down and made easier for you to get because you've set yourself an arguably unrealistic target. Much like my billion gold target on screen right now. I'm not out here screaming and shouting that gold should be made much easier to get because I want a billion of it. Which is often the rhetoric I see serious collectors pushing. Why can't I collect these things easier? Well, if you can collect them easier, everybody else collects them easier. Do I want that? Probably. Sure. The hell's a fell steel broomstick? I don't know what they are, but I now don't want them. I was interested until I realized one guy had 20 of them. That means it's probably crafted, doesn't it? It's always hella sus when one person's got 20 of them. Is that a swigs up? That's a swigs up. Take a swigs kill. $20k, you also get bronze whilst leveling alts. I still want to do it that way as to not get bored with the same old. I'm aware that there is probably going to be somewhere in the region of about 40 hours worth of like both leveling your character, lore mastering, and then grinding out early gear. Hopefully within that period of time. And this is why I do think it is kind of important for players to play the early phase. Take full advantage of the hype season and that everybody has the same goal, which is to get through that first initial slog of a grind to get to the point where you might start to be able to solo things. I think there's probably 30, 40, 50, 60 hours of gameplay before you're going to be able to start soloing things, realistically. So I really do hope in the first week or so of Remix that there ends up being a good community feel to it where everybody's putting groups together. There's not too, you know, everybody is aware that nobody is going to be super giga blasting yet. And that, you know, maybe a few wipes on a raid boss in a pug group is not the end of the world, and that people don't get too sweaty about it. Because getting through that first, my maths calculates it around the 630, 640, maybe 650 item level. Once you reach those sorts of levels of gear, you should start to feel adequately strong enough to, in essence, go on your own adventure from there if you wish. But there is still going to be heavy requirements for you to achieve that in good time to utilize group play quite a lot at the beginning. Because you are going to want to kill the raids, clear the raids every day. I think that's quite a high priority. You're going to want to do the raid every day. For the first 2 weeks, we get the Emerald Nightmare and the Valor raid. So there's like 9 bosses or something available in the first couple of weeks, which you're going to want to do daily. And what I kind of forgot to check was if you can do multiple difficulty lockouts of the same raid each day. If that's the case, you're going to want to clear the raid on as many difficulties as you can per day. Because each boss kill is the chance for an upgrade, which is quicker and more optimal than even doing quests, if you can get into a group nice and quickly. I have a husband to play with. What we can't solo, we can probably duo. Well, that'll be helpful, yeah. If you've got a partner in crime, I think it'll make the experience less grindy. Right, is that everybody? Nitro, Slugger, Swigs, Tally, and Thwack. That's everybody. Right, next team. For me and Mop, the bronze flowed easily. Got 3 times more than the max required, just because I had fun, not expecting the same this time round. I'm very intrigued to see just how aggressive the meta flows towards the Mythic Plus. Obviously, all of the testing we did on the ETR was in kind of, you know, a little bit of a closed environment where there wasn't that community feel of group content. That's the significant difference when Remix goes live. And at this point, I can't quite decide whether Mythic Plus will just be an avenue for people that just live in Mythic Plus in retail anyway, to basically do the same in Legion, yet still receive similar benefits, or whether Mythic Plus will actually be the meta way of doing things. I do feel at the top end it probably will be the meta way of doing things, because there isn't the synergy with gems this time round to uber blast bosses. Whereas Mythic Siege of Orgrimmar in MOP Remix was achievable with only like 4 or 5 players like fully geared. You could pull a bunch of lobby characters along with you. You could do that because the 4 or 5 players could use their wards of salvations to just blow up bosses. And even a mythic boss would die in 20 seconds. There's no synergy with the gems this time round, meaning I'm not expecting the same level of nukage of the top tier content like there was in MOP. Everything will feel a little bit more like progression. I don't think you'll have to worry about mechanics so much, but you will probably have 30 seconds to a minute per boss kill minimum, rather than 15 seconds per boss kill. Because people kind of forget just how much weight the gems in MOP Remix played a part. They were responsible for like 70% of the damage most of the time. This is why all of my feedback was revolved around the fact that, you know, threads, gems, these are all of these were the little bits and pieces that seemed relatively insignificant individually, but add them all together, and that's really what made the game play, you know, a game. Which is why my concern is that Legion Remix will feel significantly more grindy, because the gameplay elements aren't as strong. An enjoyable journey feels like less of a journey. Do you know how we get the special items that are needed to get the Xavier's shoulders? Yeah, you have to kill the final boss in the relative raid. And the higher the difficulty you do it, the more of those tokens you get. And once you've got 20 tokens, you can buy the special item off the vendor. There was a few items in MOP Remix that worked the same. You had to kill Garrosh, and you would get tokens, and the higher the... I think you got like 4 tokens for killing him on Mythic, for example. I think they've just copy-pasted that from MOP Remix. So your prerogative is to kill the raid boss on the hardest difficulty you can each day until you've collected 20 tokens or however many it is. Not looking forward to the grind. Suck it up, get it done. Like I said, I just hope that the community feel of Remix, you know, pulls it through. The gameplay aspect is significantly weaker than MOP Remix, so it won't be as enjoyable. But if it's easy to get in groups, if you can sort of work together a little bit, you know, I think we'll ramp up. We'll probably ramp up the guild a little bit for Remix as well. Do our guild runs, do our community runs of content each day. Take away a little bit of the weight of trying to pug everything. And hopefully that will bring a little bit more enjoyment, even if the gameplay aspects are a bit weaker. Null tent for 75 gold. I've had a few of these. Had a few of these recently. Barbarian Knuckles. Nah, too cheap. Too cheap. I keep seeing Authority, the depth's dipping really low. I've bought a few of these already. I'm not sure where my minimum price for buying these are, but even when they are not current, weapon enchants are something that will still sell periodically. Look at how much I've sold a few of the Dragonflight recipes for recently. I'm pretty sure that having 20, 30, 40 of these lying around going into the next expansion, I won't have any issue selling them for a profit. I just got to be careful I don't pay too much for them now, just because they're not the most popular this very minute. PvP recipes, I really only want to buy them when they're like 75 gold. But then I reckon it will be scenarios where somebody will come along and buy the entire set. Any recommendations for somebody not new to WoW, but new to trying to generate gold? Well, the advice is pretty much going to be the same. If you're not new to WoW, then at least you'll understand the concept a little bit quicker. That if you don't have any gold right now, you need to provide somebody with something that they want. If you've played WoW a bit, you'll understand what it is that players want on a regular basis. Players want consumables. Players want materials to craft consumables. Go out there, spend a bit of time, collect some items that you know people out there want. Potions, flasks would be up my alley, I suppose. I would state that at this point in an expansion, getting deep into crafting is probably not a very good idea, because crafting is hyper-optimized an activity, and you are quite simply going to be fighting an uphill battle against people that have already absolutely mastered the art of it. But those people who have mastered the art of it still have a strong requirement for the materials. So you can probably get an understanding to what I'm suggesting here. Pushing for doing a bit of herbing and mining, collecting the materials that people need is a smart move. There is never not gold to be made in gathering materials. Everybody has the same amount of hours in their day. Most people don't want to spend too many of those hours going and gathering materials. That's why if you do it for them, they will pay you for it. Any crafting professions right now, minus enchanting, but enchanting is a different ball game completely. Any crafting professions right now, there's basically not even enough days left in the expansion for you to like catch up to players. At least herbing, mining, skinning are professions that you can slowly chip away at. There's no limit to how much catch up you can achieve. Takes time though, mind. But at every hour you spend herbing and mining, not only will you make gold in that hour, you will also gain a few knowledge points to make your next hour a little bit more efficient. And you can, in theory, even at this point in the expansion, do that a whole bunch and get fully min-maxed. But yeah, you need some gold to be able to make a reasonable amount of gold. So unfortunately, regardless of whether you're new to the game or a veteran of 10 plus years, you have to do some busy work at the beginning. You have to do something to get yourself that little nest egg of gold, and then you can decide if you want to spend that nest egg on leveling up a crafting profession or getting a few alts up to speed for concentration builds or whatever, but you need that nest egg to begin with. My recommendation is at least a token's worth of gold. So that when something new and interesting happens, I don't know, like decor launching or like an expansion launching, that you'll have a little bit of gold to then quickly level something up and take advantage of the early days in a brand new expansion. About 1 million gold across all my toons. Well, you have a bit of a nest egg then already, so you may not need to rely too much on herbing and mining. But like I said, be aware that at this point in an expansion, it is not possible to like catch up fully with the crafting professions. Nor is there much of a market for the crafted goods. We've already seen the peak of Season 3. So everything's going to be in steady decline until the end of the expansion anyway. In all honesty, paying close attention to what turns up in an alpha, what turns up in the beta, leveling a few toons up. There is never a bad thing of having more alts. Some of the most wealthy players out there have a whole army of characters at their disposal. I'm by no means one of the richest players out there, but I still have nearly 100 level 80 characters. Having access to more characters is always an advantage. Did I do a sniper scan on this team, or did I kill Rez first? I can't remember. Let me grab a drink quickly, hopefully without waking up any of the puppies. Gathering's always going to give you instant gratification. You spend an hour doing it, you can put the items on the auction house, they practically instantly sell. And within an hour from putting them on the auction house, the gold is in your mailbox. It's as close to instant gratification as you can get. Now, that instant gratification probably won't add up to much more than like 10, 15,000 gold an hour. But it's then entirely at your control how much of it you do, depending on how much gold you want. It's a Lunar Glow gun. Not heard of that one before. Purple slugs in it. Ooh. Second one of these at 75 gold. Leggings of Icy Heart. That's an outrageous valuation on those. But 5k, sure. Sure. I mean, what I'm doing right now, scanning each and every auction house for deals, is the reason why I tell people that they need that little nest egg of gold. This is how you take your gold and make more gold using the gold you already have, sort of thing. I couldn't do this across all 80 realms in the EU if I didn't already have tens of millions of gold to be able to do it with. The theory is I buy shit when I see it cheap, and my goal is to resell it for more than I buy it. But I'm not in any rush. I can quite comfortably buy something, not sell it for 6 months, 12 months, a year, and not really be bothered, not really be fussed about it, you know. I can, in theory, not even ever sell them and not really care, as I'm only spending as much as I'm willing to lose. Any sales become a bonus. But like I said, like you can't do this if you've got like 200k gold. It's just not possible. You don't have the gold to spend on the items, and you have too much need for that gold. You can only do this with like in the real world, it'd be like, you know, investing using your disposable income. You can't invest in stocks very effectively if it's at the expense of putting food on your table, to use a real world analogy. Where did Tally spawn? Over here. Just feel a little weird sometimes just how much of a strong comparison to the real world there is with gold making in WoW. Their simulation of an economy is very impressive. And I think the only reason it works so well is because of Blizzard's strong hands-off approach. The more they kind of tinker with things, the more they try and control things, the more restricted it would feel. Because they're very hands-off. The auction house is fair game for anybody. The fact that there isn't even sort of suggested prices or anything, literally it is entirely up to you how much you put something on the auction house for. And it's up to you how much you pay for something as well. Mimics the real economy quite well. Not perfectly, mind. You can get away with doing some real dodgy shit in World of Warcraft that you can't get away with IRL, but I mean, there's laws against creating monopolies in the real world. Not so much in WoW. You're looking at 25 to 30k an hour if maxed on everything. Is that with herbing mining right now? That sounds about right. That sounds about right. That means on your journey to achieving that, you're probably looking at making 10k an hour for quite a while. Once you get the knowledge points, once you get the artisan security to get your better tools, once you get the ball rolling. Yeah, you'll probably start at like 10 to 13k an hour for the first 10, 20 hours of farming. I've killed 2 of the rares. Why is there nothing else? Oh, a wild drizzling rose has just logged in. Wonder if she's lurking. No, let's check for some deals. Oh, flipping hell. I'll do that and slugger spawn somewhere. Oh, I've missed it. Whatever. Honestly, though, one of the best tips I can give for people getting into goal making in some way, shape, or form is don't shoot for the moon day one. Find something that is relatively enjoyable for you to do, and do it in small but consistent quantities. If you pick up herbing and mining, even if herbing and mining is not the most interesting activity for you, wombo combo it whilst you're doing something else. I mean, if you're playing on a DPS character, queue up for LFR and then go pick up some herbs while you wait for the queue to pop. You might only, you might be waiting 20 minutes for the LFR queue to pop. If that's the case, in 20 minutes you can pick up 5 to 10,000 gold worth of herbs. Now you're 5 to 10,000 gold richer than you were. Whereas you might have just kind of twiddled your thumbs chatting in Discord in Capital City waiting for that queue to pop. Wombo combo it with, and then if you do that, do half an hour of herbing mining every day before you go and do your Mythic Plus or something. Do something small, but do that thing consistently. Because most people who get the ability to play the game for free because they make enough gold to do so, and absolutely categorically from the people that have tens of millions of gold, the reason they have it is because they're relatively consistent with what they do. They might not be making 50,000 gold an hour every hour, but they're at least consistent that on a day-by-day basis they do something that makes them a little bit of gold. And eventually it just all adds up, stacks up. Now, if you piss it up the wall on raid boosts or turn it all into tokens, as soon as you get the ability to, you'll never have a lot of gold in the game, but that's arguably one of the reasons why some people make the gold. Shredder's Shredder of the Harmonious. Oh, this is also crafted, yeah. Try to avoid crafted stuff. Tankard of Terror. These are coming round again now, aren't they? These are coming round again. This is Brewfest, isn't it? So these are coming round again. So probably don't. Oh, well, interestingly, with it coming round again, there's a strong possibility we'll quickly flip it round. There's like 600 variations of the tankers. The numbers get real screwy. Yeah. I should probably ignore them entirely, but we don't argue for 4 gold. Don Gonzalez's shiny shield. I don't have the appearance for that. Give that a go. It's relatively cheap. Nah, nothing taking my fancy there. Any rares? Any rares? Negative on the rares. Although it claims tallies up on this realm. Not sure I believe it. Sounds like fake news. Sounds a lot like fake news. Alright, next team. Flipping out. What's with these rares today? I'm having terrible luck. I think I've had one team so far that's had relatively free pass with the rares. The rest of them I've had to fight for. Way less shards being spun up for the Undermine now these days though, which definitely feels like one of the issues. Look at the amount of people still killing them though. If I was the only one here, the only one doing this, it would I mean, arguably that would make sense. It doesn't make sense that there's still this many people doing it. But Mechanicas are still worth like 35k a piece, so I mean, I guess that's the reason why people are doing it. Cash money's cash money. Oi, come back.
We've loaded up this shredder with our newest anti-antifreeze. Tested out by icing down a few things.
Got into a golden main farm. Wish me luck. Go get him. Go get him. There was a fuckload of those that hit the auction house for about 100k not so long ago. Screams of a bot farm operation. But as quick as those things turn up, they get hoovered up by somebody mega rich. Did I log out? That wasn't the button I was meant to press. Golden Mains and June Scavengers. Randomly out of nowhere, like 500 of them turn up overnight. Okay. Not getting much luck with killing the rest of these rares either on this team. The irony is that Swigs is up. But Swigs is the only one I've killed. Oh, Thwack's up actually as well. Damn, as low as 700k on these. Sheesh. Pack mule, 500,000. Holy. Golden Mane, 444. Damn. This is why I think the Mechanica farm is gonna be pretty evergreen, you know, because to this very day, look how expensive the BFA world drop mounts are. And whilst they don't sell super frequently, their sell rate is still acceptable for considering their value. Which, practically 10 years on, these are still being farmed for, these are still selling. Gives me strong belief that innovation investigators, margin manipulators, and asset advocators will continue to do the same thing way past this expansion. The difference is that you can kind of get lucky with farming these, and you don't need much of a specific setup. You just need to go out there and kill things. Whereas you ain't never accidentally getting 25 Mechanicas. No way, Jose, you just accidentally getting 25 Mechanicas. So, unless you are very specifically target farming these three, I'm convinced, absolutely convinced, the supply of these will dry up eventually. Because the amount of effort that goes into getting one is just unsustainable for most players. Might be a dumb question, but is it worth to have somebody craft the mining herbing tools, or are the green ones just fine? I guess the question is, how much better are the higher quality tools than, say, the 564 green ones? Well, you got to start with something. You're not gonna have the artisan's acuity to buy the blue ones for a while anyway. They're 300 artisan's acuity each, so you're looking at 369, 1,800 artisan's acuity to get fully kitted out. You will want them eventually, yes. It's consider it a cost of doing business. You know, if they cost you 5,000 to 10,000 gold for each item to craft them, well, that's half an hour's worth of farming, and then it's paid for, isn't it? But for every hour after they're already paid for, they will net you a higher return. But if you're going to do herbing and mining for 5 minutes, buy all your blue tools, and then never touch it again, then it's probably a waste. More is always more. That's some outlandish fake value there. Wow, nothing. Thwack is up. It's a good start. It's a start. I mean, killing these rares and farming up the Mechanica is about as much farming as I do these days. I haven't even got a properly set up Herb Miner this expansion. Because the reality is that I just don't enjoy flying around picking up shit. Some people find it therapeutic. I do not. Duked. See a lot of boomies doing this, actually, you know. An awful lot of boomkins running around doing this. I'm not that surprised, because boomkins are just like #1 farmers for, well, everything. But considering to do this in some sort of optimal fashion, you certainly don't want to be killing rares on a single account. I mean, you can do it because every little helps, but your gold return by just killing these rares on a single account is tiny. Most of the time when you see a boomkin running around, it's because their regular day job is herbing and mining. Or they've got tailoring and inscription and are running for cloth or something. More accurately these days. Slugger, Tally, Thwack, Nitro and Swigs are missing. Let's do a quick sniper scan, see if they pop up. I'm wondering, you know, if at some point all of these level 80s, I should get some simple gear on them. Not that I feel there'll be much of a drive to level them up to 90 in Midnight. But if they need to move and if they need to go and do anything, they should probably all have at least a simple set of, I don't know, 650 gear on them. Woo's about to tell me that if I just stop vendoring all of the warband gear that drops by doing this, I'd probably be halfway there. And he's not wrong. Might be better to chill now, not worry about it, then just dedicate 1 to 2 days a week in the first month of Midnight. Go ham. Much better gold per hour in the long run. 50, 60, 70,000 gold an hour is very achievable by farming in the first month of an expansion. Now, if you, like Wu said, spend 4 or 5 hours a day, a couple of days a week, still gives you plenty of time to play the rest of the game if you're semi-active. You know, if you make 50,000 gold an hour, you do that for 4 hours. There's 200k. Do that twice a week. That's 400k. That's a token a week just by some simple farming. That gold can often last people the rest of the entire expansion. Some people farm up 1 million gold in the first month and then just live off that, casually spending it on their potions and flasks and whatever for the rest of the expansion. Very common way to do it. Doesn't require you to do anything particularly sophisticated. But gets the job done. Oh, I bought one of these for 1,000 gold. There's no way I'm spending 15,000 gold on it. Classic engineering. I'll have that for 50 gold. Aha. Argent Dawn again. The realm where I never have enough money. Salted legs is an easy flip. There's probably a bunch of these at this price here as well, isn't there? Take those other realms. That seems a very calculated price for that. I don't know where that recipe comes from. Sure, we'll have that. Flipping Casgarite Fisher friends, man. These things do my nut in. Interestingly, not a lot that I actually want on Argent Dawn today. Can you flip in transmog farmers? Go farm some more transmog, please. How am I meant to buy cheap transmog if you're not farming it? K-Chat's going the route of crafting with the free crests. It's not a bad idea, actually. These characters are probably amassing a bunch of crests, which would make it somewhat straightforward. Bang out some public orders. It's one of those things I would like to do it all in-house, but it's going to be difficult because every character's on a different server. I could, and they're already in their own guild. I guess I could put my main leatherworker into the guild. Some of them, half of them are paladins, so they need blacksmiths. I might just be easier doing public orders. 200 gold tips or something. At least maybe doing that to fill the odd slot that's not filled, if you know what I mean. Because these dudes probably, I would say, are probably amassing at least some crests. I don't know how many crests you need, but don't know how many you need. How many crests is it to make a piece of gear? Make a guild. Make additional characters. Rotate guild, bring it back. It all feels like far too much like hard work. I can just bang out some public orders. How are you doing, Crazy Bear? Welcome in. Good morning, good morning. If it's 30 a piece of gear, then these dudes already have the ability to make 3 pieces of gear. Is that 675? 675 gear, I think. I at least use it to like fill odd slots that haven't got at least something in. A helm, a necklace, some shoulders. Bonus ring. The alternative is I just try and scout these realms for the upgrades themselves. Armor, mail, helm. Usable. Upgrade only. You know, there are scenarios like this where I get 600 item level piece of gear for like 100 gold. Fills a gap, doesn't it? Public orders should probably get you rank 4s or 5s pretty easy. Yeah, the only thing for me is because I've got a character on every single realm, I can't imagine that I'll actually even get public orders filled on some realms. Because there are some real dead realms out there. Miscellaneous, neck. Cheapest option. 400 gold, too spicy. Shoulders. 100 gold. Weapon. Wow. Why is there no... Why is the literal... Okay, sure. Oh yeah, because it's probably a gun, isn't it? 642... 642... Nightfall Shadowstalker's shotgun for 400 gold. Gloves. The ring. Rings are the difficult ones. They're always expensive. Lanius finger. Don't really want to spend more than 1,000 gold on anything ever. Where's the vendors gone? So, I mean, I can kind of do this sort of thing, just to fill some gaps. Just don't worry about it, then gear them in the pre-patch. But yeah, this is the thing. Before too long, I'm going to be elbow deep in, like, alpha beta stuff. And I won't have any care or any desire to start gearing dudes up. Now, like I said, I don't need gear. They don't need to be geared. They just need to be sufficiently able to go into midnight and kill something. They just need a piece of current expansion gear in each slot. That's really all they need. That's the bare minimum. Anything more than that is just a nice to have. What's your plan for the rest of the expansion to farm Mechanicas? No. Like, whilst from a strictly gold making perspective, yes, it's the optimum way for me to be making gold right now, but my time in retail is very limited at this point. Like October, the soonest Remix comes out, we'll switch over to Remix. Plenty to acquire, plenty to be done in Remix. I both really enjoyed Mr. Pandaria Remix last year. Additionally, it was also really good for the channel. An awful lot of new people turned up and even stuck around from Mr. Pandaria Remix last year. So, from a slightly greedy perspective, it works for many reasons. Plus, we've got Alpha, plus we've got Beta, plus we've got housing turning up in probably 3 months' time. The amount of actual, the amount of time left to like just tinker and play in retail is actually surprisingly small for me personally. So at the moment, it's kind of just keeping ourselves busy, keeping things ticking over, but that revolves quite heavily around killing rares and continuing doing what we're doing, but there's unlikely to be too much focus on this for too much longer. Did you get an alpha key? I'm not guaranteed anything, but being a WoW partner puts me in a stronger position than average Joe. Creators will often get given access to it rather than have to win the RNG lottery. But that's still not confirmed or guaranteed. In essence, I am not counting my chickens until they've hatched, sort of thing. I have requested access to the alpha. It's just now up to Blizzard to whether they decide to give it to me. So we will see. Stocking stuff like that though, maybe just go on Kazakh, buy 10 guns, 10 shoulders, etc. Much cheaper there. Yeah, this was the thought. Anything I then don't use, I can probably easily just send out. Sell back out, I mean. It's the same old problem though, have to put everything in the war bank and then carefully take out, carefully make sure that each character gets given access. It's quite a chore. It's quite a chore to do it, which is why I'm not. And because of course I have to then, you know, do it 80 times potentially. I don't know, we'll see. Now's the time to do it if I'm going to do it though. Have they sent out alpha keys yet? Well, if they have, I haven't got. They don't do keys anymore. Your account just gets flagged with it or not. I mean, I can confirm my account has not been flagged with alpha access. I couldn't quote for anybody else. I mean, I still, you know, I have options here, but one of them is not. One of the options is not an interesting one yet, at least. I flipped the 642, 649 stuff as a bit of a side hustle. It's pretty profitable. I'm, yeah, I sell a little bit of it here and there. once again, any of these guys that get a piece pop up in their mailbox, it will get put up on the auction house. I'm not buying it to resell it, but any that I get is getting resold or sold in the first place. If anybody had access, it would already be all over social media. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's no such thing as a secret in this world anymore. When Towley puts it in his title on stream, you know that something's up. He always seems to know these things just before they happen. Not entirely true. I think the world first players always get access, but I don't see them posting about it. Well, they fall in the same category as creators. They get the ability to put their name forward as somebody who would like access. Doesn't necessarily mean they're granted it always, though. But there'd have to be a really good reason why they wouldn't be granted it, let's be honest. And then Blizzard just randomly flags accounts like they always do. Alpha and beta. Of course, as far as beta is concerned, you can just buy access to the beta these days with a pre-purchase of the... Is it the Epic Edition pre-purchase? Gets you beta access? I don't even know. How many of these are there? See if people want to be unpaid beta testers. I mean, if you play on the NA realms, that's basically you, isn't it? Team NA are historical beta testers for Team EU. Because if something's going to go wrong, it goes wrong for NA first. It is often fixed, often fixed by the time EU even gets access. So thank you, Team NA. You're doing the God's work. Any tips for preventing burnout with the beta? Been on the beta for Kata, went a bit too hard and stopped playing for a while after launch. Yeah. Stop, like, just... The number one tip for preventing burnout is do it less. Go outside, touch grass. Honestly, outside of being a content creator, you've got absolutely no reason for going hard on a PTR or a beta. It is funny for me, though. I see so many people that play PTR and play the beta like it's live. You know, they're pushing, they're trying to do everything every week, and I'm like, what are you doing? Like, you're going to be cooked before the content even is in your hands properly. I mean, if you're putting more time and effort into the PTR than Mr. GM is, you know, you just, that's the point you're working too hard. If you've got more hours clocked up on a PTR than me, Soul, Mr. GM, any of the major writers for Wowhead, like, if you've got more hours clocked in, you're just doing it wrong. There's absolutely nothing a single individual can extract from a PTR or a beta that's going to be that important that's worth burning yourself out over for. Okay, these rares are really starting to grind my gears today. They are a challenge to find. Right, I still need to kill both Swigs and Thwack, but they're both evading me. Hunt for some deals. Epic cuteness. Finally. She's asleep. Don't wake the puppy. Do not wake the puppy. Can I have housing on Sunday, please? Well, we pretty much can put a date in the calendar to when housing turns up. If it turns up with 11/27, we now have an announced date for 11.2.5. So it'll be 8 weeks after that, almost to the day. We can start to very accurately guess when housing's turning up now. Does mean Christmas and the festive period is going to be mega busy this year. Glad I took it chill last year, because this one's going to be bananas. Wow, no deals. Oh, Swigs. Never turn down a Swig's kill. Did I miss the Swig's kill? I did. Never lucky. Slugger and Thwack. Prime candidates. That'll do. Yeah, October 8th. 8 calendar weeks from October the 8th. Excuse me. Gives us a early December. What's it going to be? Like 2nd, 3rd of December or something like that. Early December launch for housing. Feels likely now. Which, if you've listened to any of my guesstimations up until this point, you'll understand it's exactly what I stated it would be. Because Blizzard will use housing to pump pre-orders. Because you won't get to play housing unless you pre-order. So they'll use housing to pump pre-orders. Get as much money off people during Q4, which is when people spend money. Now, it's slightly different in the fact that a lot of Q4 money is not spent on yourself, but spent on others, but it's still a period of the year where people are spending. Get all of that juicy Q4 money, spend a bunch of money advertising, get a lot of people playing World of Warcraft over Christmas instead of playing, well, literally anything else, because the entertainment market is a big old game of attention. Who can grab the attention? Then they can launch an expansion in February and not really suffer financially by doing it. Most other companies would be mental to launch a product in January or February, because fucking nobody's got any money in January. That's why half of YouTube closes in January. All the big creators take January off because ad revenue goes through the floor. Booked a 2-week holiday from the second half of December. My body is ready. Nice. I'm hoping by the time housing at the very least comes out that the puppy is very much in her routine, in her rhythm by that point. Because at the moment she's still finding the rhythm, right? She's still trying to. This is why she does like crazy mode half the time. She hasn't got that rhythm, but she's slowly learning off the other dogs, which is a nice advantage. When you first get your first dog as a puppy, it's on you to instill everything that they know. But fortunately, when you already have 2 other dogs, you'd be amazed just how much, passive teaching comes from the other dogs. If you train your first dog well, it will then help you train the others. Hence, like right now, you know, my other dogs have learnt that this is the time. This is stream time. So right now, everybody chills. Everybody's chill. Although somebody has stolen my shoe. Everybody is chill. And she is slowly learning. This is also chill time. But when the doggo alarm goes off, boy oh boy does it go off. Oh, big stretches. Big stretches. She's going to be really annoyed when she doesn't fit under there anymore. Incredible shortage of deals on the auction house today. I wonder if it's because it's Thursday. No fucker relisted their auctions yesterday. Because yesterday was Wednesday. I wonder if that's why there is just a distinct lack of goodies up for sale today. Everybody out farming the Undermine, clearly, yeah. Any idea what I should do with all my gold? Already have a year of game time and all my accounts. Already pre-ordered Midnight, have filled up the Blizzard balance and have 10 tokens in my bags, but still have around 90 to 110 million gold sat in my bags. Take a day off. Touch grass. Whatever you did to get 90 to 110 million gold, I imagine it was very time consuming. It's the end of the expansion now. Just chill the fuck out. Genuinely, take the opportunity to chill out, do as much or as little of the game as you actually want to. Then go into Midnight, fresh as a daisy, ready to do it all again. When you got that kind of gold, genuinely, you could not make a penny for 2 expansions, and you'll be chilling. So, reap the rewards would be my way of spending it. Use it to basically play the game for free for the next 2 expansions. You're at that kind of golden point where you actually don't have to worry about gold ever again. Right, we'll kill Slugger if we have to kill Slugger. Nope, somebody beat me to it. Wow, really struggling to find a single goddamn rare on any of these dudes. Okay. Oh, hello, tally's up. Midnight, I'm going to do something I've never done before. I'm going to do work orders on launch. Do you hate yourself or something, Dirt? What's the, You okay? Should we send help? It's okay. Talk to somebody. Send my best regards to your sanity when you find it. The it does tip me off to sort of state that I am quite sure that my approach to Midnight is going to be very different to what it has been in expansions of the past. Nearly always, I go absolutely ham on crafting. Now, whilst crafting is, yes, very lucrative, I am also very tempted to try something different for Midnight launch, but I'm not sure. There's part of me that thinks that having this setup that I've now got with a single character, single max level character on every single server in the EU is something that so few people will also have, that my focus should probably be on something that utilizes that rather than doing crafting, which is something that we now know is very, very, very hyper competitive and is basically available to anybody that puts the time in. I'm not sure. The Christ is going on with these? Yeah, I didn't spot this earlier. Somebody has sold one at a stupid price and it's bent the sale rate on the item completely. The issue is, though, is this is kind of not very relatable for a lot of people. I mean, there's nothing stopping anybody making a bunch of characters on each of the different servers. But it's definitely a different story when it comes to leveling them all up to max. Now, realistically, what I should have been doing is I should have also been doing enchanting on all 80 characters. But the time and the effort that it took to set that up was something I wasn't willing to do, knowing full well that I'd spend a whole bunch of time and gold setting up enchanting on every character, and I probably wouldn't actually get around to doing concentration on too many of them, because I'm a filthy slacker when it comes to that sort of stuff. You're doing a guide again for the start of Midnight? Probably. It definitely won't be in the same structure that it was for this expansion. I learned a lot. I learned an awful lot doing the guide for the War Within launch. I learned something very valuable in that there is such thing as too much detail. Oh, what are you doing all the way over there? So I probably won't be doing anywhere near as detailed a thorough guide this time round. But what that will allow me to do is to stretch into a little bit more than just hardcore crafting. My guide for the War Within was, for many people, just an absolute information overload. I mean, it's the reality is because it wasn't very well planned. My guide for the, Goblin Guide to the War Within was, it started off, it was just my notes. It was just my notes that I was making during the alpha and the beta. And I was like, right, well, I've got 50 pages of notes here. this is incredibly useful information, not only to me, but it's clearly going to be useful for others as well. So I then spent the next few weeks polishing it up, padding it out, you know, making it legible for others, making it neat and tidy. And I can't lie, it did very well. The reality was, though, is it was an information overload to too many people. Navigation was problematic for some, even though it was a Google Doc where, you know, Control F is a thing, search is a thing. I might consider doing it in a different format, but less is more, I think, is the approach I'm probably going to take. Right, I can't seem to find any rares on any of these servers either, even though they're all sat on different shards, which is really odd. Next team. And I think detail was useful to a lot of people at the beginning, because there were still people coming that had not really played through Dragonflight all that much, and so the profession system was still relatively new to people. But if Blizzard are taking a simplification approach this time round, the need for that level of detail might not necessarily be there. So we'll see how we approach it. We'll see what we do. Something I have considered doing for a while is actually putting it in web format, because that can then be made much easier to navigate, much more interactive, much easier to update, because it updates literally on the fly. It just means I need to swat up on my web design skills. Or pay somebody else to do it. I spend half my time trying to study and find out what items might inflate in value, being a degenerate hoarder. It's the way to take tens of millions and turn it into hundreds of millions. Buying up the stuff that's artificially cheap now, that might still maintain some value in the future when the supply of it disappears because everybody is off playing a new expansion. Players that have done that consistently across a few expansions are the ones that are rolling around in not just tens but hundreds of millions of gold these days. And you can spend as much or as little time as you want, like, sweating over that. K-Chak has already cleaned house. I mean, okay, cannot find any rares apparently. We'll ignore the rares then. Random dude got golden main. None for me. Oh well, maybe next time. I've never done enough farming for those BFA mounts to really know what the drop rate is on them, but most of the time you see people, if they put like a 2x4 group together for it, you'll see a couple of people get them. It's just the numbers game, isn't it? If you kill 3,000 mobs an hour, then somebody's likely to get it. What they should do is, after the expansion ends, change some of the recipes to no longer need sparks, or the Dragonflight version of that. I want to make some Dragonflight stuff, but no sparks, and I cannot solo the raid they drop from yet. Oh, I see, for like collecting the appearances and whatever. Yeah, I sort of feel that the spark system should just, you know, only be a current season thing, and then soon as that season's over, just sack them off. But that requires Blizzard to actually, you know, do their job. Got a friend that's just recently finished web design education. If you're interested and have made your mind, let me know. I'll hook you up with her. She needs the experience, etc. Yeah, I don't doubt that. I mean, I've got a bit of a past in web design anyway. And I could simplify the process heavily by just using a template service, a hashtag not sponsored Squarespace kind of setup for it, to make it a simpler process. I know Squarespace as a service is not necessarily the cheapest, but I'm not going to lie, the goal of it will be to generate revenue, not cost me money. General Joe setting up a blog for themselves, Squarespace can be quite expensive, but it probably wouldn't be an issue for me. But yes, there is that aspect of it that time, I can outsource some of the basic web building. I can be the one that, polishes off the content sort of thing. Make sure the detail is there. I don't know. I haven't decided really. Oh shit, was that a unique one? No. But yeah, I haven't really decided. Like I said, I did learn a lot doing the guide for this expansion. And that's all you can really do, isn't it? Learn from what you've already learned, what worked, what didn't work. H22 slicks. I know these are crafted, but it makes me giggle every time I sell a set for like 5k. Oh shit, where's the puppy gone? Oh, she's almost there. She's lurking around the corner. She moved. She moved. Yeah, genuinely though, the trial account way is probably the best way because it is by definition a disposable character then. You create a max level, oh, it's not even max level, is it? But you create the trial character, you fly straight to the NPC that gives you 5 sparks, you use those sparks to put in some work orders for your ult, you gain the appearances from them, and then you literally delete the character. It's a maybe 20-minute job to harvest the appearances doing it that way. Obviously there's a bit of a cost in because you got to buy the rest of the materials and whatever, but no different to buying a piece of transmog normally. Because the ults they start in Dragonflight anyway, don't they? The trial characters. Yeah, if they just made the spark be a current season only thing, and the second we are no longer in that current season, then the requirement for a spark on the craft disappears, and just let people make it using the base items. But without going off the deep end, there is so many things about the way the crafting system works right now that I feel could be greatly improved on. But I really don't want to go down that avenue of conversation again today. That's a recipe for unlocking Ranthius that I'm far too tired to do. Poppy's awake. Poppy going. Poppy needs a drink and maybe to go out because she's woke up. Give me 2 minutes, boys and girls. I'm going to quickly sort the dog. I'll be back in 2. Oh my lord. That dog does shits that would, you know, grown men would be proud of. I guess that's what happens when you get fed 3 times a day and you're growing. Right, where do we get to? We got any rares up? We got anything spawning? Doesn't look like there's a lot spawning, is there? Good to know. Sorry, is that an overshare? Flying to a node, get halfway through the cast for it to disappear is the most annoying thing. That is true. That is quite frustrating. There is basically nothing you can do about that, though. Some sort of weird desync issues that happen occasionally. I was eating. What were you eating? Chocolate ice cream or something? Brown sausages. Lofty leg guards for 11 gold. Hard to turn down. Vicious flask of honor for like 100 gold as well. A few of them. Interesting. Distinguished blade of the cartel. Have no idea where that comes from, but it's 500 gold. Cindercloth pants for free. Multiple cindercloth pants for free. What the hell is a Drake Weave remnant of the Fire Flash? Don't know. It's 1,000 gold. Chicken, broccoli, brown rice on a diet. I don't know why people do that to themselves when dieting. I mean, fair play. It's obviously, you know, the right mindset. But chicken and rice is just eat what you eat normally. Just eat less of it. I mean, I'm not exactly in prime performance mode at the best of times, but changing to eating something incredibly dull and boring in order to lose weight, surely that just makes you hate yourself, right? But I like chicken, rice, and broccoli. Oh, well, fair play. I don't, to be fair, done nicely, it's very good. If you do steamed broccoli, though, oh, God, that stuff's gross. Like, you want to, if you're doing chicken, like a nice marinade on the chicken, something light, and then barbecue it. Barbecue the broccoli as well. Get the broccolini stuff instead. Done right, it can be very nice. You like it now until you've lived off it in order to lose weight, and eventually you'll hate it. I don't know, I've always been kind of fortunate that I've always been able to quite comfortably control my body weight. I guess it's the fact that I've never had a huge appetite, literally ever, which means even when I sit on my ass all day, I don't put on huge amounts of weight. You know, Christmas and summer vacation and stuff, I might put on a few, but otherwise I can keep it relatively under control. that also means then if I decide I need to lose some weight, it's also not too much of an issue. I do just eat the exact same thing I would normally eat, but maybe for dinner I won't have seconds. You know? That's kind of my approach to weight loss. Maybe instead of 8 beers on a Friday night, I'll have 6. There's different levels to it, I suppose. And I certainly don't ever feel the need to like change my diet in order to intake less calories. If anything, I actually think my diet would be better if I ate more. I tend to have this slight problem where I don't eat a lot during the day and then I binge, which means the total quantity of calories I take in during a day is probably not a normal amount, but when I take them all in one go and then 2 hours later go to bed, that's what's not healthy. Still missing swigs. And I must admit, in the last 5 years of doing content creation, there is definitely something to be said for sitting on your ass 12 hours a day. It's that's certainly not healthy by itself. On average, the Swedish population gains half a kilo during Christmas holidays. I think everybody does, right? It is one of those times of the year where gluttony is the biggest of sins. Oh wait, hang on, we killed all the rares now. I remember a couple of years ago I could eat whatever I wanted and the only thing I gained was muscle. I mean, that's a luxury. That's called being young though, isn't it? That's just called being young. The special diet, I actually have to eat about 2,500 calories, 4 meals a day, working out every second day. I have that grind mindset on, as they say. That's not a special diet. That's called just being healthy. A fully grown adult male should be taking between 2,000 and 2,500 calories a day anyway. The 4 meals a day is a little bit more questionable. But working out every second day is just called being healthy. That's not a diet. That's just living properly. Did the 5-2 diet for a while. Worked pretty good until stressful period starts. Couldn't keep it up in those periods, or better said, my girlfriend and the kid couldn't. Got hangry as hell. Oh, is that... Is that 2 days of eat for 5 days, don't eat for 2 days? Yeah, that sort of shit just sounds like a recipe for disaster to me. I think fasting, there is some value to it, I think. But I definitely don't think it's something you should be doing for multiple days a week, every week. Keeping your body alert to the fact that food isn't a given is probably good for your, metabolism. Maybe one weekend a month, for example, not eating and just having a water diet for 48 hours is, I bet I can imagine there is some definite science behind that, but doing it 2 days a week every week, yeah, that's just gonna. I can't imagine that. That sounds like one of those, oh, I need to lose a lot of weight really quickly, but I don't want to do much about it, so I'm just not going to eat for 2 days kind of diets. That feels. I can see why you get hangry as hell, because your body is like, oi, dickhead, what you doing? Feed me, bitch. Maybe I shouldn't become a professional dietitian, but not a lot going on these realms. Nada. Move on. I think the more you have to change, probably the more faddy the diet becomes, and the more likely it is that you'll just get bored with it, and the second you stop, you put all the weight back on. My brain would literally melt if I didn't eat for 2 days. Yeah, I can see that causing more problems than it's worth. But like I said, I'm no professional in this. Just don't eat outside 1 p.m. to 10 p.m. Suits me, keep things in check. You like food too much like me. I mean, biologically, there's a lot of arguments to say that eating like 3 times a day even is bad for you, because from a biological standpoint, we're not used to it, you know. Only in the last, 100 years or so, and only if you are the most affluent of a person previously could you even contemplate eating 3 meals a day. 3 meals a day is an incredible luxury that is no wonder everybody gets fat from. You know, eating a healthy meal once a day was how we lived for tens of thousands of years. Your body learned that it would go often large durations of time without getting more food. And so hence it would learn to use its own stored body fat and stuff. It would self-regulate far more effectively. Eating 3 meals a day, there's a lot of arguments to say that is just half the problem for a lot of people. You are constantly being fed food, and the second your stomach is not processing something, your brain's like, oi, we're gonna die! And so you stuff more calories in your face. I've never been good with breakfast, and I think that's always weirdly helped me with, like, not having too many weight issues. The fact that I will often have breakfast, but a light breakfast at best, means I usually go from, 7 o'clock in the evening when I'll have dinner till like midday the next day, often not eating anything. And now, as long as you don't then pig out at lunch after, or you have a light breakfast to build the process up, I don't know. Like I said, I'm no professional at this sort of stuff, but I know what's worked for me. Not well documented enough to see what happens when people actively engage in these kind of diets, so you never know what's happening in the body. It's well documented that times of feeling hungry is healthy, but to what extent is unknown. Yeah, it's because people's point of reference for the success or failure of a diet is, did I lose weight or not? And also, all weight is not lost equally, is it? This is why I think a lot of people find the first 10, 15 pounds or whatever they lose, they can lose it really quickly and they expect to continue losing it that quickly. But a lot of time, that's just water weight, isn't it? That's just your body storing more moisture than it needs. When you shed all of that extra water off you, you can lose quite a lot of weight quite quickly. But then when it comes to actually burning fat, you're fucked. Because you've also then got no energy to burn the fat. So I don't know. But like I said, being fat and being overweight and feeling like we need to lose weight is a real 21st century problem. You know. For our first 10,000 years on this planet, being fat wasn't even an option. The only people who got fat were the kings and queens. Everybody else was fighting starvation for the majority of the time. This is why, whilst this is probably not something that should be, you know, openly admitted too much on the internet, but the concept of I'm fat and it's genetic is absolutely mind-boggling to me. No, you're fat because you ate too much. But that's a really good way to piss people off on the internet, so we won't go down that road. No swigs, no tally. Less likely to get cancelled if we just rant about work orders. Somebody say something derogatory about work orders quickly. Flipping hell. Fucking work orders. Oh, now flipping rare spawn. God damn. Work orders make you fat. What? The lack of standing around in the capital city all day. We all turn into fatty fats. You never see an overweight gatherer. Oh God. Get out there, do some farming, stay skinny. Oh, even the Taurans are ripped. Jesus. I'm just going to listen to my trainer as it seems to work so far. She knows better. Well, yes, I would like to preface all of this. These opinions are not based in any form of scientific fact. I'm not fat. I was born Colteran. Yeah. I have Colteran genes. Nothing going on here. Bloodlust gauntlets. I don't think I'm too interested in these, am I? They're not cheap enough for a piece of transmog. Random ass low level rings. Too cheap for me to be bothering with these days. Wow. Really struggling to find deals today. Really struggling to find anything of value. Right, last quick check for a Swigs up anywhere. No, never lucky. Cool tearing jeans. Yeah, big waist, short legs. Yeah. Yeah. Can I get my jeans in a 40-28, please? It's not my fault. I'm fat. I'm American. Hey, with the inflated price of food in America, I'm surprised even Americans can afford to get overweight these days. All those wonderful Trump tariffs keeping the price of everything down, working as intended. Oh no, sorry, I mean the exact opposite of that. Right, I need to put the camera back on. We're getting far too political. We're veering into dangerous territories today. Funny shit, when I worked as a personal trainer and helped out with food, etc., I got told quite a few times that they weren't losing weight, and I was actually like, well, have you followed the meal plan I gave you? The answer was always no. Yeah, that's it, yeah. Did you or did you not eat more than I told you to? Yes, okay. I can literally see the Mars bar sticking out your pocket. Geographically challenged. Is that the 2025 way of saying you live in America? Oh, I'm really sorry to hear you're geographically challenged. Our $5 tacos that were 99 pennies just 3 years ago. Speaking of the economy, do you know how much the US stock market lost the day the tariffs were put into place? $3 trillion. I've got to the point these days where I just see Donald Trump as a form of entertainment. Like, I apologize to Team NA that you have to live with the ramifications of it, but from somebody that lives on the other side of the globe, he's just a form of entertainment these days. He's like watching Borat. He genuinely is. If you find that level of humor funny, if you take Donald Trump as a form of entertainment similar to Borat, he can bring you a sense of humor. Alma Lamas, what you doing? You got a piece of string stuck in your tooth. Hang on, come here, Doge. You get real shit. Find elephant. He does say some funny shit. Yeah, I mean, if you can take what he says and look at it through the eyes of this is just a comedy sketch program, it can be quite funny. But like I mentioned, I do have an air of sympathy for Team NA that has to live with the ramifications of it, but you fucking elected him. Give that a spin. Ooh, these are cheap, but not cheap enough. Yeah, nothing going on there. Nothing going on there. Trump was in the WWE. Yeah. I don't know. If you're going to elect a money-hungry wannabe celebrity, then shit's going to go crazy, isn't it? The palace visit was hilarious. Super cringe, but very funny. We got 150 billion out of it, so not complaining. Oh, did he go visit? Did Trump visit the UK or London or something? Like I said, I don't pay all that much attention to it. The closest I get to watching the news is, you know, flicking through a bit of social media occasionally, but Trump will paint the White House gold, apparently. Have you seen the press room, though? He already has. It looks like fucking Aladdin's den in there now. I expect him to rob a lamp and Robin Williams to pop out. It's ridiculous in there. Scrooge McDuck wouldn't feel out of place in the flipping press room in the White House these days. Absolutely ridiculous situation. They rolled out all the bling, much bling. He loved it. Did they really? They really? Here's the crown jewels. This one diamond is worth more than you will ever own. He had dinner with Kate. She did not look impressed. Oh no. Oh dear. This is the thing. If you just look at it through the eyes of this is just a comedy show, it's one of those you feel like laughing to hold back the tears, but it's like it's ridiculous. Isn't Keir Starmer a bit of a meme too, right? I mean, politics in general. I don't really care for politics on the general. And this is mostly because I think politics is just a facade for what is actually truly happening, which is... I think politics is the entertainment value of economics. Economics is what actually makes the world go round. Politics sits on top of it as a way to, like... I don't know, make a fucking show of it. And yeah, the UK politics is just as flipping broken. Not for one single day since leaving the country have I regretted it from a political point of view. Admittedly, I will also point out before somebody else does, there are certain individuals in Finland's political spectrum that are doing and saying silly things. No country is completely immune to silly people doing silly things, but it's a lot more level-headed than what's going on in many places these days. But like I mentioned, I try to keep the level of real world politics and real world chaos to a minimum on stream, only because it's we can laugh and joke about certain stuff when it's funny, but it's all too very easy to get too caught up in the serious nature of it. And people try and play video games and watch streams as a getaway from that sort of rubbish, so I'm refraining from commenting so hard right now. Yeah, exactly. Like nowhere is immune to stupid people doing and saying stupid things. All you gotta hope is that not too many other stupid people agree with the stupid people doing stupid things. Once your ratio of stupid to non-stupid gets out of hand, then you have America. As wonderful as most of the people are there, there are certain individuals that are less than wonderful. Everywhere is nuts, but NA has to do it bigger and better than anybody else. Yeah. We're going to be a joke. We better be the biggest joke. China's Prime Minister's wife pretended to not know English so that she wouldn't have to speak to him. Oh, that's clever. That's clever. Sorry, me no speak English. I don't take him lightly. He might look like a buffoon, but he actually does interesting and sensible stuff, but in his own way. Right now, he's basically bullying the economic competitors, waiting for them to give up. I mean, yeah, like I said, I try my best not to take it all too seriously. But like I said, I'm in a luxurious position where I almost couldn't get further away from him, so, you know. It's easy to not take it too seriously when he's kept at more than arm's reach away. Steel forged. I'm quite sure that's crafted. Is that crafted? I'm going to regret buying this if it's crafted, isn't it? These are things I should probably check, but it's also not cheap enough. We'll pass. God, this is an absolutely pathetic showing of deals today. Why can't somebody post some cheap shit on the auction house? Give me something to be interested in. Cheap pets. Real cheap pets, but cheap pets are usually the easiest pets to flip. Even if we only get 1,000 gold profit out of them. An easy flip, they cost nothing to post. Can I possibly, maybe, please game, get some rares occasionally? Somewhere, maybe, please? Possibly, thank you. Apparently not. Literally not a single rare, actually. We can't not have a single rare. That's real bad mojo. Maybe it's a phasing issue. Let's phase everybody over and then phase them back again. That might push them back to a realm with something on it. Or Not at all. Okay then. Night is darkest before the dawn. I hope it's true. We can keep everything crossed. Everybody hopes that. Don't hate the NA. Just what the fuck is going on right now is nuts from the outside. Yeah. Is that Nitro? At least go get a Nitro kill. Something is better than absolutely nothing today. What kind of sniping operation you running here then? Clever one. I told you I would have to kill you. I shared my sniping operation with Charlie Kirk. Look what happened. Sorry, too soon. He's avoiding buying my overpriced pets on Thunderhorn. I'll buy your pets if they're at deal prices. Absolutely. Nitro, Slugger. What else we got? In a slightly more non-jokey response, it's not too dissimilar to the default sniping auction operation. It's had some slight tweaks rather than it focusing on DB market prices, which is what the default sniper does. It's basically being converted to regional sale average instead, as I find that a much better metric for gauging whether something's cheap or not. Other than that, it's not that dissimilar to the default one. Okay, we can't seem to find anybody. Oh, now Thwack turns up. Of course he does. Slow down! Slow down! I'm following you. I know where you're going. Oh, he missed. Mine's basically that too, but just minimum region market, regional sale average. Yeah, yeah. It's the default one, I'm pretty sure the default one uses DB market, which, you know, if you are just flipping on a single realm, is probably fine to use. But when you are looking to both flip on that same realm, but also distribute stock around if needed, using market price isn't very useful anymore. Because it might tell you something is 50% off, but then when you take it to somewhere else, you realise that that realm was 200% more expensive than it should be anyway. Doesn't make that 50% discount much of a discount when you were overpriced to begin with. Yeah, I'm not touching those. That will have, though. Ooh, lamplighter gear. Go on, then. Which point-blank sniper had custom operations? With keys setting on, it scans so fast. I mean, the fact that I'm doing 4 realms at a time means that the speed of it isn't... yeah, you're not wrong. PBS can be quite a bit faster than TSM. But we were talking about this a little bit earlier today. The reason I don't use point-blank sniper is because it requires you to give it a list of things to search for. Whereas being able to search against base group is monstrously powerful, especially if you're just getting into sort of flipping, because you may not have that carefully curated list of stuff yet. And more so than anything else, it can draw attention to things that you might not have ever thought of. Because there's literally tens of thousands of items in this game now. Even the most sophisticated point-blank sniper lists are never going to be completely inclusive. Point-blank sniper, like, my perspective on it is like point-blank sniper is better for sniping current expansion stuff. Whereas TSM is better for everything prior to that. But they both require their setup, so... did you get the guild bank working smoothly with moving items across account and realm? The way I basically now use a combination of both the guild and also the war bank. So the way I do this is I use the guild to deposit everything that doesn't get listed on any individual server. So this can either be new things that I've recently purchased or stuff that is already too cheap to list on that realm. Once every couple of weeks, I will clean out every character and they'll just deposit anything that doesn't get put on the auction house into the guild. And they can all do that just with the guild vault button. Then I have one character that pulls everything out of the guild vault, make sure that everything is organized in a TSM group, and then puts it back in the war bank. And then I'll occasionally, from time to time, do one realm, one account at a time, so it always has war bank access to redistribute those items across those characters via the war bank. So it's kind of still works. It's not as fluid as I would like it to be. It would be really nice if I could just use the guild bank. But guild bank has limitations with, especially with pets, which is just annoying. Are you following any Ashes of Creation in any way, shape, or form? Going to try it out in the future. Currently, you need to pay to get into the alpha. I've considered it a few times. Yeah, I almost bought the Founders Edition for it. not so long ago. I think that they're doing the right thing with it, which is taking their time, not forcing a release of it to make money, because they're clearly making enough money, but just by selling the early access to it. But I do think there is equal risks with that, with Ashes of Creation. I do think that if they take too long to give people a minimum viable product, dare I say, even if they launch it in early access, they would be smart to do that before people get so flipping bored waiting for it that they stop caring. MMOs are a permanent, constant creation anyway. I don't think it's possible to launch an MMO in quote-unquote perfect form, which kind of looks like they're trying to do. That said, they need to make sure that when they do launch it, they have 2 years worth of content in their back pocket so that they can continue developing on the 2 years worth of content after that, while simultaneously smoothing out any, early issues. If they get it right, it'll be a really good game. And I'm pretty sure when they do decide to put it out there more publicly that I'll pay attention to it. But in the next 6 to 9 months at least, we're going to be way busy with WoW. I don't have time for 2 MMOs in my life to begin with. I barely have time for 1. Oh, this is complete bait. That's far. It's too bait. We can leave that. What the Christ is going on here? Hyper radiant flame reflector. What even is that? Classic engineering. That's whoa! Regional sale average 1.3 million. Somebody's had an absolute fucking miracle of a sale there, look. Somebody's had a miracle of a sale on that one. We ain't going anywhere near that with a... Not going anywhere near that. That's far too spicy. Firefly for 20k though. We'll spin that around somewhere. $6,700 gold. Island expedition weapon. It's cheap, but it's not super cheap. It's cheap, but it's not super cheap, but it's probably worth a punt. Demon Steel. This is all crafted gubbins. Clearly, there's a lot of Legion stuff popping up at the moment, as there are people out there quite clearly leveling Legion professions, whether it be for the purpose of remix or for the purpose of housing. I've seen a lot of crafted gear pop up in the last couple of weeks. Some of it at very tempting prices, but not today. Can you run TSM banking operations on multiple accounts together in a guild bank without any issues? No, it will crunch up and go horribly wrong. Steven's already said that money is not an issue. It's already been said that they have the money from start to finish as it's coming out of the CEO's pocket, which I love that they don't need to rush anywhere. It'll be ready when they think it's ready. I mean, that approach is... I don't know who owns or who that person is, but it sounds very much like they're using game development as a tax write-off for whatever their quote-unquote day job is. He's the founder. Yeah, but where did he get these millions of dollars from in the first place? It sounds like it's an expense off the bottom line of something else from somewhere else. Nobody pisses money up the wall unless they unless they're getting something out of it. He has a water company. Okay. I don't know what the situation is, but it's either a tax write-off. It's either a tax write-off or they fully expect to make a lot of money at some point in the future and are just hedging their bets. But it will give them an advantage in the industry. The advantage being that when everybody else is running towards instant gratification and profit today at the cost of all else, it will hopefully mean that they can do it in a way where it's ready when it's ready. Did I see Swigs up on main realm then? Did. Dude woke up one day and said these MMOs suck, I'm gonna make my own, and then he did. Fair play. That's fuck you money, innit? Ultimately, this is why World of Warcraft is actually really quite impressive when you think about it. Regardless to what you think about the state of the game at any individual point in time, having a MMO last at the forefront of the market as well. I mean, it's entirely possible to have a product last 20 years, but to also be at the forefront of the market throughout that time does go to show that even whilst it being a high requirement that the product makes money, they've been able to keep WoW more than playable. Whereas a lot of other MMOs still exist after a long period of time, but they tend to blend off into the nether with a very, very small niche collective of players. But WoW has somehow, over the years, managed to make sure that they keep their head above water compared to everybody else. And it definitely has some of its harshest critics these days. Oh, Alma's back on cam. She very carefully positioned herself just to be in frame there. That was nice of her, wasn't it? World of Warcraft. Well, the fact that there's been a running joke for these many years that nobody ever leaves World of Warcraft. People only take vacations. And it's surprisingly true. Crafting in the game sounds very interesting. Yeah, Ashes of Creation's definitely on my radar. It's something I'll definitely pay attention to. Maybe a little bit closer to the time where they're ready to do some sort of permanent release of it. paying hundreds of euros to get access to an alpha that they turn it on and turn it off whenever they so choose is not something I'm that excited by. But when they choose to say go, I'll pay attention. Same with Minecraft. It's something with these like craft games. Any game that provides players the freedom to be creative. And WoW's creativity is in a slightly different form than your Minecraft sort of thing. Minecraft, obviously, here's a sandbox, go do what you want. And honestly, the modding scene in Minecraft is what's probably kept it alive for as long as it has been, even under Microsoft's helm, before what's-his-name sold it on. Additionally, any game that gives like strong modding is always a key to longevity, I think. But World of Warcraft's creativity is slightly different in terms of it allows you to go on the journey that you want to go on, which I think is what's really helped WoW over the years. WoW obviously has its hardcore player base of like Giga Chad pushers. You know, players that want the absolute best of the best gear, no questions asked, always trying to push the limits of like their character class and whatever. But they're kind of quite often in the public eye because they're doing things that most other players can't or don't do. Yet, World of Warcraft's creativity in allowing the more casual of a player to go on their own journey is very impressive. You want to collect pets? Here's 1 million pets to go collect. You want to go make 1 billion gold? Here's 12 different ways you could do that. Go and do it. You want to pwn some noobs in arenas? Then go do it. You know, there are different avenues of play. Minecraft to me is too fragmented now. There's too many different versions that are incompatible with each other. I have never got the Minecraft bug. I just know people that have, and it has absorbed them. But it seems to be now mostly that Minecraft is all about being on a server with a certain rule set. And they're like mini MMOs in their own, right? From what I can gather. Like I said, I might be wrong. I could definitely do with... Go on, at least one. We've got Swigs and we've got Thwack. At least give me another rare somewhere. Not happening today, is it? We've had real weak source success with the rares today. Both killing rares has been a challenge today, and hunting for deals has been really quite a stretch. Clearly Thursday is not the day to be doing things. There's nothing happening because everybody was too busy on Wednesday, clearly. And is then either running around on Thursday killing all the rares because they didn't do it on Wednesday, or they're not posting their auctions because they were too busy on Wednesday. Multiple similar but slightly different issues. I've noticed this with killing rares on a Thursday before though, that it's flipping hard work. I think housing will do the same for WoW. Yeah, I've for a while thought that housing is so important for Blizzard to get right. So important they get it right. Because it's that additional level of creativity that allows people to express themselves and just dump tens, if not hundreds of hours into just mindlessly tinkering with player housing. Whether it be from going out into the open world to collect the decor items, to just tinkering and making different rooms or different themes, or there's just so many options for people to be creative. Not to mention the amount of new, fresh faces it will bring to the game. But additionally, because it will bring so many new people to the game, Blizzard are only going to have this one opportunity to make that first impression, which is why housing has to be good. It has to be a banger. They've got to nail it. They can flunk patch launches. They can have buggy expansion launches. They can, time gate content and receive negative feedback for it, but they can't afford to do any of that bullshit with housing. They have to get housing right. If they get housing right, there's potentially a new generation of players that will see WoW out for another 20 years. If they done goof it, they might as well call it quits after the World Soul Saga. It's a bit hyperbolic, I know, but it sort of is how I in my mind see just how important housing is. Okay. Struggling for deals. I think, boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there. I was already really tired when I started the stream today. The doggos are still chilling and still relaxing, so I might take this chill down time to go get me some food. Enjoy the rest of your day. Best wishes, whatever you're doing in game, or of course out of game. We'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday. Something often happens on a Thursday. Whether it's a new build for the PTR, maybe we get another build for Remix. Maybe they will. There is actually a strong possibility they do another build of Remix, especially now that they've put out blog posts and officialized the launch date of it. There might now be a lot more fresh eyeballs on it that might be willing to give it a go and test it a little bit. So I wouldn't be too surprised, actually, to see another build of Remix, potentially. Or a PTR build in general, now that they've made it official. If that's the case, we can check that out tomorrow. Otherwise, there's plenty of things to keep us busy with. I still haven't finished leveling all my professions, actually. We've still got some alchemy and some engineering to level up. Assuming that is that I don't want to do the gathering professions. I do kind of feel I should get my ass into gear and level up the rest of the gathering professions as well, but we'll see how far we get with that. We'll see. Anyway, it's going to be Friday, so it's a chill day on Friday either way. Thanks for stopping by today. Like I said, it's not been a camera day today. I've been flipping. I'm tired. I didn't need the additional having a camera on me today. I'm still here in spirit. Hello. I'm still alive. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day, boys and girls. Come say hi on the Discord. Thank you very much for all of the button presses. If you've followed today, thank you. If you've subbed or donated bits or even if you've sat through an ad, I very much appreciate it. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.